Alright. Who's ready for the 3rd, 8th, 15th, or 32nd dungeon of the game? Wait, are we up to 5? Yes, you're cool. Second, actually. This is the second dungeon of the game.
Could I have done this?
Yes.
Could anyone?
Yes. You did this. This is World War I, and you caused this. Now, you want to hear a hot take. I didn't really like Sonic Mania that much. In fact, I never even beat it. Yeah, like I said, the land is pretty scarred.
What is it, Torgal? Clive.
What?
That's him. He's the only one who can tell me what happened. I have to know.
Alright, so you went evil and killed your brother. Any questions? Hey, Adam Ciuta.
Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
Delicious?
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before. This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
Good morning, Izmir Star.
Yes. He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter. I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return. Where the hell did he go?
Perhaps he went inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix. Thank you, Joshua.
Are you sure about this?
Nevermore. Another gate. Let's see if this one opens.
I think this is our first time overtly interacting with the Ancients. This should be interesting.
Could this place really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin. It's perfect. Like it was built yesterday.
Ancient robots, am I right?
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Name something more iconically Final Fantasy than ancient robots. Yeah, literally from the first game. Inspired by Star Trek. indirectly, but still
Jill?
true. Elevator fight.
What do we do?
The usual.
They do look kind of elegant, don't they? Or elegant. I never remember how they pronounce it.
Sick of talk. That's enough.
Listen, this can't be Final Fantasy. It's got ancient technology that's not called Magitech, even though that wasn't invented until the 6.
Sick of toggle.
God, this whole area is stuttery. You noticing that? Ooh. Yeah. Actually, I do think there is some mesh reuse going on here. Not a bad thing, just commenting on it.
It's over.
I mean, FF14 reuses models from all over the place, including FF13.
You know what to do, boy. Sick of talk.
While I fight this random battle, I had a random thought last night and this morning. I found myself thinking, what is the most enjoyable core combat of the Final Fantasy series to me, and more importantly, why?
How can these things still function?
How can any of this? This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
So I opened the question up to the board, because I'm curious what other people think as well. FF10-2 is certainly up there, but FF10-2 manages a few additional layers that makes the combat more interesting. God, what is with this stutter? Oh, I'm also not counting 7R1 or 7R2 in that list. Most enjoyable core combat in a Final Fantasy game.
You know what to do, boy.
I should probably mention I'm not meaning, like, say, enemy design or encounter design. Frankly, that would just go to 5.
You know what to do.
On the subject. Just the combat itself, the minute-to-minute or second-to-second action of actually fighting stuff. Which one do you actually enjoy the most, and why? I chewed on that problem for a while, because I found myself thinking that this right here might actually be my new king of that. If not for this stutter! God! Frame drops. Oh, God, we went down to 37 for a second there. I'm currently at 40. Yeah, also not counting leveling or advancement. Frankly, that probably goes to 7. 5. Or 10-2. Anyways, point being, like I said, just the second-to-second, you know, tangible action of fighting stuff, right? Core combat. That's what I call that.
Looks like it could take a beating.
Then let's give it one.
Sick of toggle. Get him! There, boy! Don't let them get away!
I'm not sure if this actually is the top for me, but it is absolutely in the running. Again, not counting the 7 Rs.
Get him!
That's kind of a necessary provider.
Come on. Too slow.
So believe it or not, the other one that's really in the well,
Not this time.
I say believe it or not, you're gonna be like, yeah, of course it is. But the other one that's really in the running for me is 6. In terms of just core combat again. I keep emphasizing that. Now, rather than just sit on that and be like, oh, you're just biased and stupid, I was actually debating to myself why that is.
You know what to do, boy. Give them all you've got, boy. Sick of Toggle.
I bet you can actually guess why.
Over here.
It is one of the most refined ATB systems we ever have, but also it has variety into the actual action of playing it. Sabin's blitzes are the most obvious example of
Does any
that.
of this make sense to you?
None. Let's find the hooded man and leave.
While you can homogenize every character in a general playthrough, and especially, if you're just doing a normal playthrough of FF6, every character plays fairly distinctly and uniquely. What you're doing at any given moment changes based on who you're controlling. There's actual input rather than just menuing, and the combat is extremely high-paced, to the point where your average encounter only lasts like 10 to 20 seconds. Now, overall, I still think 10.2 has a better ATB system, and I stand by that. Unless you're signing the original. I mean, honestly, not to disagree with that, but actually, no, even that was something that could and should be planned around. For example, you always take Sion's actions last, so you can do his charge while everyone else's actions are resolving. Stuff like that. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying, again, in the second-to-second, play-by-play, it was still something that was part of the equation, part of the combat. 10.2, like I said, 10.2 is the other one that immediately jumped to mind. The difference between 6 and 10.2 is 10.2 is pure menuing. It's very high-paced menuing, and it is a very, very refined version of the ATB system. But it is still pure menuing, whereas FF6 varies a little bit more. Oh, gotcha, Blade 12. Yeah, no, that tracks. 10.2 is also very, very quick. Most encounters only last an average of 5 to 10 seconds in 10.2, especially when you figure out what you're doing. But the thing that it pushes 10.2 a little bit above 6 for me isn't the core combat itself, it's the leveling system, the job system, right? It's the same reason 5 is technically a bit higher in gameplay than 6, because 5 has the job system, right? And the combos and the build capacity, just like 10.2 does. That's why I refined that question so much. Anyways, getting back to the point, this is pretty high up there as well. There is one thing that might push 6 above this in terms of raw.
Whatever they are, I don't think they're friendly.
In terms of raw core combat. Just core combat. And you can probably already guess what it is.
Get him. Stay down.
Well, the party is, and this is going to sound strange, but mechanically speaking, the party is kind of supplanted by the fact that I can switch modes.
Get him, boy.
Do stuff like this. No, I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's the health.
Over here.
If you're paying attention, the thing I praised both 6 and 10.2's combat about is that both are very, very quick. I rarely feel like any of my time is being wasted, and it's... when you're doing something a bajillion times, having it be quick helps, right? At least to me. At least to me. And core combat is something you do a lot in a JRPG. So having a given encounter only last 5 to 10 seconds helps. Especially if you're very, very busy every single one of those seconds. Like, I know some of you probably didn't even watch this, especially you, Rax, but the Doom Eternal run is a perfect example or Doom 4 might be a better example, of just how much density you can cram into a single second of gameplay, right? There are moments I actually had to go back and clip in the Doom Eternal run, just because even I was impressed with what I was pulling off in a microsecond level. Not as a bragging thing, more like as a holy crap, there's just that much going on kind of a thing. Probably Blade Cheval. We're also about 15 hours in.
Would Joshua have had to run this gauntlet too?
No. At least not that I ever heard about. I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
Honestly, agreed, Rax. For the longest time, I waffled on the homogenization versus the hyperspecialization argument in the FFs, but years and years of actual study and design analysis has left me on the side of preferring hyperspecialization. I'd much rather have a Sabin and a Cyan than a Vaughn and a Bosch, you know what I mean? Ignoring the obvious, personal preference side of that, purely mechanically, it literally gives the player more to do. It's playing Dante in DMC5, right? you can match attack, or you can do all kinds of other things. Yeah, exactly, Rax. There's just... I will admit that Blade Cheval does have a point. Because having a party... Obviously, there's build gameplay in this game, but having a party is, by definition, something that is designed around build gameplay. Being able to have the variety, being able to set them up however you want. Again, 10-2 and 5 are both excellent examples of that.
Here we go
Chrono
again.
Trigger is an excellent
Where will we
example
end
of
up this
that.
time?
Surrounded by contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect.
Hi, Magister.
Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
I've played and enjoyed too many Kingdom Hearts games to not enjoy a non-party RPG. And hell, Witcher 3, while we're on the subject. Or any Elder Scrolls game. Or any Fallout game.
Not this time.
No, like, come on. Let's not put two more leaves. Yeah, exactly, Rex. It's not a negative for me. I've heard some people argue that it should be a negative. No. No, I'll tell you what's a negative. FF13.
Sick of Toggle. Get him, boy!
No kidding, Rex.
Get him! Can't take much more of this. You know what to do, boy.
I'm going to check my ability points. I also know, and I'm surprised you didn't attack me on this Blade Cheval, that I tend to prefer a higher pace of gameplay in general than a lot of players do. And so I just have less tolerance for battles that last longer.
Get him, boy!
But to be clear, I'm not even talking in that direction when I'm talking about this.
There, boy! Get him! Sick of Toggle!
I don't know. I don't want to dismiss your opinion, Yura. It's just, it feels good playing it. Oh, I absolutely want to talk about Stranger Paradise when we get there.
Come on!
God damn it.
There, boy! this boy.
$8? Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful there, man. I want to break the bank. Quite possible, Blade Jamal. I will admit, I don't think this is going to surpass the giants of 5, 6, and 10-2 when it comes to combat. I don't. But I look forward to being wrong about that. And even if it doesn't surpass the giants, they're called the giants for a reason, you know? I mean, for those of you who never heard me use the phrase, inches amongst giants is a very valid concept.
Get him, boy. That's enough.
It's not a new phrase, Macamon. It's not even my phrase.
Yeah, boy.
Although I did just misspeak it, so I suppose that's why you're thinking it's a new phrase. Inches amongst miles is the phrase.
Look out! There's more of them.
They'll fall like the rest.
For those of you who've never actually heard it, the idea here is that if you're measuring whether 500 miles or 500 miles and 3 inches is longer, obviously 500 miles and 3 inches is longer. But if you look at it, the 500 miles, those inches aren't very noticeable, are they?
I'm sorry.
Ah! I even thought that would actually happen. You notice I just went for it, too. In terms of pure core combat, FF5 will not surpass this, or indeed, you know what I mean. And...
Sick of Toggle.
it does matter, Qualitas. But the whole point of the concept is, at a glance, it's not really that big of a difference, is it?
Sick of it.
Wrong button.
You know what to do, boy. There, boy.
But yes, that's the first time I didn't die on purpose.
Get him, boy. You know what to do, boy.
Yeah, earlier against a Minotaur, I believe it was, I just put the controller down. I was curious what would happen.
You know what to do, boy.
I used to write them down, my kimono, but then I took an arrow to the knee. And now I just don't have time. Would you believe I have a list of phrases to add to the website? God dang it. I was gonna say, this is our first real dungeon. 16 hours in. You're right, I didn't specifically give a world building positive for the dominance. Which is funny, because I thought I did. I even remember how I was going to phrase it, but I notice it's not there at all. Yeah, that's what I'm mentally considering the first dungeon, Blade Jamal. That still makes this our second dungeon in 16 hours! Sorry. I'll stop making fun. No, I won't. I will never stop making fun. Let's put this up here. I think you're right, Rex. Because, like I said, I even had in my head how I was going to type up my notes on it. But even just a glance at the document shows it's not there. This is why we occasionally double check. This is why Wandering Doll exists, is to keep me steady. But no, this is why I always tell people and encourage people to suggest positives and negatives. Even if I disagree, I like having the input, especially if it's just something I straight up forgot to put down that I already agreed with, right? I mean, I'm not playing this game a second time. Probably ever, but like, for real. Do you really want to be here another week going through this game again? Although its cutscenes being skippable. I will also say there is... Oh, we're going to poke at it, 100%. Of course we are. I mean, for review, if nothing else. 1 second. The level cap is 50? Okay. Jesus. That's terrifying.
I don't like this.
No, when Falkenstein.
Seems the feeling's mutual.
Yeah, we know that, what's his
Time. Sick of Togo.
I can't think of his name.
There, boy. Sick of Togo.
Barnabas. We know that Barnabas is trying to unite the dominants, and that's about the extent of it. So the reason I stuttered on that name so hard was I kept wanting to say La Habrea. You have my permission to make fun of me for that.
Not this time. There, boy.
Now that's an interesting question. As of this exact moment in time, no, this combat is not more fun than Trials of Mana. However, I should probably mention that Trials of Mana also has incredible enemy design and boss design to complement the combat.
Sick of Togo.
So that's kind of an unfair question.
Get him, boy.
Yeah, what I kept trying to say is Laha Barnabas.
Get him. There, boy. Sick of Togo.
What, right?
That's better. Not this time. I needed that. Get him, boy.
Okay.
Drawing in energy.
Not for long, it isn't. With me. You know what to do, boy. Give them all you've got, boy. Get him, boy. There. It's down.
This is our chance.
You know what to do, boy. There, boy. Get him, boy. Sick of trouble. Get him, boy. Sick of trouble. Sick of trouble. There, boy.
This is me holding the attack button. Does that answer you?
Over here.
No, I know, Rex. I just keep missing it for some reason. I'm not sure why.
More of it. You know what to do, boy. Not this time. Sick of toggle. Too slow. Get him.
I mean, a lot of games that have that kind of hold down button usually have something else built in to make it worse. And in this game, that's kind of baked in already. You wouldn't have the weaving with magic. Not saying it shouldn't be an option. Just commenting.
It's done.
What are these creatures? And why do they keep attacking us?
They're probably asking themselves the same thing. We're the ones trespassing here.
I mean,
They're just protecting their home.
we didn't attack them. I'm just saying. I used to do that in Kingdom Hearts, played it well. Like, that was a goal of mine, is to finish off an enemy with something that looks cool in slow-mo. Anyone else getting the bug vibe from all this, by the way?
Is that some kind of mural?
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
I've been thinking this the whole time, but the Fallen, you know, the Ancients, architecture, looks very insect. Like a hive. I mean, even down to like their concentric circles thing. No, he's aware that he's a dominant on Falkenstein. Hell, so is she, for that matter. Oh. Now, there's an interesting one. Which game has the best combat music? Which FF has the best combat music? Might be a better way to phrase that. Don't worry, there's no Omega DLC. Hi.
All right then.
I'm asking it vaguely, because what I actually mean by it is, like...
Sick of Torgal!
Which FF game does the music most add to the experience?
Sick of Torgal! Over here.
Just kind of as a vague statement. Other than 14.
You know what to do, boy.
Other than 14, god damn it! Different category, different category.
Get him! Not this time. Damn boy!
Damn it, I hit the wrong button.
Get him!
I was debating 7.
Sick of Torgal.
7 has some really solid music.
Get him!
I mean, it's not that they don't count, it's just... they don't count.
Over here. Who the hell was that thing? It wasn't like the others.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
So now I'm chewing on my own question.
Look out!
Ken's basic combat song is one of my favorites, but there's a weird asterisk to that. I hate the opener? Intro? I don't know what the proper term is for it. You know, bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba. Hate that. Now, that's probably just because I hear it a billion times. But still, it's just... ugh. But like, once you get past that part, the song bobs.
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder.
I mean, I am too, Rex. It's going to be weird reviewing it when we get there. It took me years to actually get to the point of even being able to appreciate 10 soundtrack. Because when it first came out, I really didn't like it. I think I liked a grand total of 3 songs on the whole soundtrack. Now that opinion has shifted a bit over the years, but man, you know what? Here. I can actually make my point very easily. Would I review FF11? Tell you what, if I win the lottery, I'll review FF11. This is a good example of why I hate FF10 soundtrack. Yeah, this is the sound of PTSD. And I have slowly grown on 10 soundtrack over the years, because a lot of it's very atmospheric. It's background music, which works a lot better in the moment, rather than being played for its own sake. And a lot of it is very melancholy, which works for the incredibly doomed setting that FF10 really is. But that song can go to hell. Thank you very, very much, Epic, for 4 years of support. Thank you. I will jot that down for Armored Core 6, Yakuza Block 1, and the Resident Evil block. I can't stand it, Russell Lisu. Maybe I just hear it too much. I don't know. It commits several sins of gaming music, in my opinion. Like, stuff I could point to that's objective. Its bass beat is so repetitive that even though the song isn't a single repeating stanza or bar or whatever the term is, it sounds like it in the moment when you're not really paying attention to it. So it sounds much more repetitive than it actually is. And you hear it for fairly lengthy stretches of time during parts of the game that are usually irritating.
Get him, boy! Get him!
I know some people like the cloisters. I am not one of those people. I consider them to be some of the low points of the entire game. Especially the one in the Bell.
Sick of Torgal! Get him!
But yeah, sorry. See, that just sounds like what I mentioned earlier, Rex. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Lights.
Camera.
Something.
To answer my own question, and I'm sure you'll be amused by this, Blade Devil, I'm kind of leaning towards 4 or 6. I know. But, like, musically, both games do a lot with their combat music. Like, again, as you say, FF4's basic battle song isn't exactly fantastic, and I'm not trying to sound like it is, but the boss song is one of the better boss songs in the franchise, and the Four Fiends music is fantastic, and really actually pulls you into the moment in a way that very little else. They also use it very rarely. There's, what, like 6 fights in the entire game that use the Four Fiends song? 7 fights. And then, obviously, 6, one of the best basic fight songs, one of the better boss songs. The intensity of the big boss battle, decisive battle, I think is what it's called. And then, of course, they have more varied boss and battle music for several other sequences. For example, when you're escaping on the train, or when you've got the Unforgiven playing as you're playing as Cyan and Sabin, or when you're trying to escape from the collapsing floating continent, and Disaster or Catastrophe, whatever it's called, is playing. The opera music there's actually battle opera music, you get it. 6 does a lot in terms of adding music to the scenes of its combat. Yeah, I'm not even getting into Dancing Mad, which is probably the best boss song ever made. Not my personal favorite, just the best. Yeah, I just talked myself into it. I'm going to give it to 6. God damn it.
It isn't a dead end after all.
Apparently not.
Okay, second best FF musically, in terms of combat. Mystic Quest has a banger soundtrack, but it doesn't use it all that much or well, honestly. Mystic Quest is the music you listen to separate from the game.
And look what's in it. How old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god?
You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
Okay.
What?
Damn, that's Semnus. So where's Ansem?
I'm back.
Which Ansem? Huh?
Joshua!
Still gross.
Stop it! Please! Stop! I did this. I killed him.
Yeah.
Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
Joshua. I'm sorry. I failed you.
Joshua died. I killed him.
And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything.
And now? Are you ready to accept the truth?
I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
No matter how bitter the truth that awaits me, I will press on.
Come, Ifrit. Show me who you truly are.
He's got a 1 point, a 2 point, and a 3 point attack. What a dick. That's the 1. That's the 2. That's the 3. Chip damage him. Yeah, nothing I can do about that.
Not this time.
Apparently I can't precision dodge anything right now. Let's try it. really wish he wouldn't do that stun. We're just that good at turns. Which is funny, because I'm actually playing really badly today. So I'm guessing 3 phases for this fight. Because that felt way too much like a basic fight. I mean, he only had 5 attacks, for God's sakes.
Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears.
Oh, time to get my ass beat. So I'm going to do something deliberately. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put the controller down. I meant to do this earlier, and I really should do this for the sake of the review.
I can't do it.
Really quick, thank you, Eternus, very, very much. I do always appreciate your support, as usual. Thank you. And if you want to put that towards anything, because you didn't put it towards anything, please let me know. Let's find out. Fingers crossed. I'll take it.
Not this time. Too slow. Not this time. Lend me your strength.
Just type exclamation mark, Magister. Just an exclamation mark by itself. Hit refresh, Henson. Let's switch.
Wake!
I work a lot, Eternus. I don't know if you know that. But yes, you were correct. I was doing some cleaning up of the document last night.
Example.
Stun locked here, don't mind me. Doesn't say he just straight up devil triggered, like, right? That's not just me saying that. So as I found out about, I don't know, like 2 minutes ago, that you can do a precision attack with magic, not just melee. So that's cool. Garuda has a specific interaction when they do the half stagger, when they get the partial stun.
Too slow.
That should not have counted. That was luck.
Not this time. Too slow. Not this time. Not this time. No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together, then. It's time to find out who we are, once and for all.
What are those?
Show yourself, Ifrit. go to bed now. You are not afraid. I am.
I mean, that's how I deal with my childhood trauma. So I'm thinking like, I don't know, 87 negatives. 88. Let me think about that. Let's see, we've got a negative for being dumb, a negative being boring, a negative being stupid. Help me out here. Come on, guys. Need to type up more thoughts on the gameplay section. I haven't had time. Oh my god, I don't have time. No, Voldemort, I'm not letting you in. Tell me what I think is about to happen is about to happen. Because that would amuse me beyond words.
Are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine.
Damn. Oh well.
No more chasing shadows. The hooded man isn't here. We should go.
I'll share on the Discord as a spoiler what I think could have happened there. Done, Epic. I've already given that negative even. No, yes, but then she interrupts it. And I know what you're thinking. But what that would mean is millennia of planning was interrupted because one person decided to be like, no, I actually care about you. And something about that thematically just really resonates with me. Like, imagine, it started happening, and then she's just like, hug. And then it would have also meant the domino. Like, this would have been the domino.
Clive, are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling my...
Oh, gotcha, Epic. No. It is still a narrative cheat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they later on try to explain it away, because in the moment it's still bad. Later on scenes may recontextualize. Later on scenes may be a positive, but that cannot get rid of a pre-existing negative. It doesn't work that way, by design.
Darth. I awakened as a dominant of fire, right here in this castle. And I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
No, Ifrit, I just said it.
Took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more, including yours. And I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn the whole truth.
Yep, time to grab Sid.
How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant? Who is the hooded man who brought us here? And what does he want? I need to know. And since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
Wah, wah.
We'll find your answers together. I want to learn the truth too. There'll be time enough for atonement when we're done.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable.
She wrote Rise of Skywalker.
And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Thank you, Jill.
Don't look at me, Nosy. She did it.
If he is here, then the disturbance I felt at the care must have been confounded. The hour is later than I thought.
God damn it, Roxas. Meanwhile, it literally says, it's literally meanwhile elsewhere. Thank you for the sub, Eternus. As always. You still haven't given me anything to put any of that towards. But that's also an anniversary sub, so thank you for supporting me for 2 full years. So, we did it. We're out of the intro. It only took us 17 hours. Oh, God. Okay. I'm okay. Everything's fine. Okay, so let me... Oh, sure thing, Eternus. Let me put that towards FF16. Let's see. Armored Core 6, Space Marine 2, and the FF16 audit run. No. Yeah, it only took us 17 hours to get out of the intro. What is this, Persona 5? It's okay. The entire first Trials game, Trails in the Sky, is the intro for the Trails in the Sky series, or I guess the Trails series. So I think that one has this one beat. Yeah, I could have beaten FF6 or Chrono Trigger right about now. Oh, hey, Hugo. I kind of forgot you existed, honestly.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said... He said Sid paid him.
God, look at his throne.
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood, and send every last one of them to hell. Out. Now!
Yes, yes, my lord.
I mean, Barnabas is the easy answer to Hexia, but it could also be whoever's in charge of Sanbreque. Sanbreque? God, I still don't know how to pronounce that. Oh my god, Shadow Machine. Well, no, I don't know where to put the emphasis on. Sanbreque or Sanbreque? I still mentally want to say Sanbreque or Sanbreca.
Benedicta.
Yeah, I figured. Thank you for not showing us the disembodied head. I appreciate that game. She never loved you. Just so you know. Sanbreque. Oh my god. Ifrit has awoken! You know the other game this reminds me of? Ni no Kuni. Now, that sounds like a positive thing, but actually it's super duper isn't. How many of you have played Ni no Kuni? Okay, hang on. So, alright, hang on, Eternus. Yes, Ifrit is woke! Hang on, so, we'll put these towards adding Subnautica 2 to the list. Give us co-op! DE icon. Oh my god. And that's going towards Star Ocean to R. Stranger of Paradise. And nothing else! Unless you want to put it towards a genre. Remember, you can put it towards a genre. Not just a dealer's choice thing. But thank you, Renegade TV. Was. Okay, so we've added Subnautica Lu 2, and then the anniversary sub. Hang on. We'll go towards something that's actually scrolled off the screen. There we go. Armored Core, Space Marine 2, and Subnautica 2. There, boom. Done. Okay. I mean, PAX is always going to be my immediate choice there. Clive has gained control of Ifrit, allowing icon abilities such as Ignition. Okay.
So, what next?
We return to Eastpool. I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah, amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
All right. We should arrange an introduction then.
Yep. Let's get all the people to Sid's refuge so that when Hugo goes after them and kills them, I was completely off on that. They'll all die tragically. Trauma. It's okay, then we'll beat up the trauma and it'll be fine.
Torgal, what is it?
Nothing good, I'll wager. Come on.
Oh, the town folk, the town full of innocent villagers are already dead. Cool. Tear out Eternus. Trauma equals mana. I mean, in the Doom setting, that's literally true. I feel like that's a thing in other settings too, but I know it's a thing in Doom. Hey, Morganite. Yep.
What happened here?
Yep. Cool.
Imperials. You'll pay for this!
Ah! We've got a live one!
You're dead.
Answer me! Get him, boy! That's enough!
Yeah, that one guy was just like, poke. Is he dead?
No survivors!
Who would order such a thing?
No monster would ever order someone to wipe out an entire village full of innocent people in this setting?
Sick of Torgal!
What did I say?
Over here.
Of all settings, I could buy that in My Little Pony, but not here.
There, boy! Sick of Torgal! Finished! You know what to do, boy.
Okay. Thank God all these people are dead. My goodness. Could you imagine actually having to care about individual people? Ugh.
Did you, Branded?
Yep. Hi. You're all dead. I just want you to be aware of the fact that you're all dead.
Two cult dogs!
They were innocent people! Finished!
Rule 1 of warfare. You do not attack civilians!
Get him! Get him, boy!
No, Rax, and I haven't had a chance to watch those videos yet either. I've had so little time.
Get him! Sick of Torgal! Sick of Torgal!
Apparently a fan of FF8 and 10, if the thumbnail was anything to go by.
Sick of Torgal!
So I do like how quickly it refills. That's a good sign. This is going to sound like a strange statement, but one of the bigger mistakes many video games make is they'll give you something cool, and they won't let you play with it. 10-minute cooldowns in MMOs, or you're dead. Or like, you know, it takes multiple combats to fill up, or you get the idea.
Get him!
Whatever. Yeah, the 2-hour cooldowns. WoW originally had cooldowns like that, and they got rid of that very early on. They were like, wait, hold on, this is terrible.
Get him, boy! Get him!
5-minute buffs. Anyways, you get my point, though. A lot of video games, regardless of genre, make that mistake of being like, here's something cool. No, you don't get to use that often.
Get him, boy! You know what to do, boy. Get him, boy!
But yeah, I'm suspecting this is Annabelle. This feels like her brand of stupid.
Get him!
This is one of the last producing villages in this region. So even if you don't care about like morality or decency or whatever, this is a resource that you are burning for no reason.
All must burn! The bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annabella's command!
See? Called it. Nice hammer.
My mother ordered this.
You remember when he actually had the thought of, yeah, my mother would surely make an exception for you. She's bad, but she's not that bad. Right? Right? Apparently I know his mother better than he does, which isn't surprising. He didn't have a lot of interactions with her.
Too slow. Over here. Sick of Torgal. Get him. Sick of Torgal. Over here. Get him, boy! Over here. There, boy!
Okay, he's got some health.
Sick of Torgal!
That is hilarious, right? Start with him respawning. We all know being fat gives you more health, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen that in the book somewhere.
You know what to do, boy. Get him. There, boy. Not this time. Sick of Torgal. There, boy! You know what to do, boy. Keep your distance, boy. Sick of Torgal.
That's really funny, Rex. Weird casting directors. Listen, sure we killed God twice, but this guy's fat, okay?
I'm sorry, Lady Hannah.
On the plus side, you're dead, and in this setting, that's probably a good thing.
You deserved so much better. All of these people did. Better than my mother.
We're too late. Gav. Clive.
Immediate, just hand clasp there. I thought he was going for a hug, to be quite honest with you.
Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew East Pole was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen.
Yeah, Clive. If you'd only sent them to Sid's sooner. Clive.
My mother always did despise bearers. The way Father embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
No. See, you're thinking rationally. You need to remove the rational part of your brain. And then all of a sudden the Earth just seems flat. It makes sense.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death. Which is why we're going to change it. Gav, we want to help.
Hold on. So, sometimes we go after God, sometimes we go after evil empires, but this time we're going after racism. Now, I don't want to bury the lead on this, but I would really like it if racism just embodies itself as some kind of giant monster we can beat the crap out of, because that would actually be awesome.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
And we'd best be quick. Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
You're dead.
Aye. Can I leave yous lot to take care of things here?
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial.
Thank you. All of you.
When you're ready, then.
Yeah, we haven't even seen Pope Evil yet. We've heard him referenced a couple of times, and he's the person that Annabelle is currently banging.
Now, rats, lead me to your nest. Lord Kupka has a message for your leader. If only he knew where to send it.
Yeah, no, they're all dead, too. Everyone's dead, okay? At the very end of the game, everyone will be dead. And then, like, a single flower will grow on an empty and dead planet. It'll be the ending of the second Planet of the Apes film all over again.
To Sid Solar, then. We have a lot to discuss.
But first, side quests. Oh, thank God there's no side quest. Oh, I've never been so happy to not see green dots on my screen. Okay, we're okay. Hope? We can't have hope. Get out of here.
I see I'm busy here.
What'd you hope? Nonsense.
And?
Careful you don't set that breath alight. Yeah, he's a little drunk. What is it with blacksmiths and being drunk?
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy.
What do you suppose it could be?
And what do you want? Going purse weighing you down?
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
But Rex, why would you say this? Why would you remind me of that nightmare? Well, now we have Ifrit, in addition to, you know, Phoenix. We finally have enough for Flames of Rebirth, too. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and dump Aerial Blast. It's fun, but ultimately not very useful. In fact, it actually gets in the way of things. So, you know, if we just Hit the wrong button. Here we go. Hit this button. Boop. There we go. There's our respec. Yep. Anyways. Oh, trusted you on that one. Oh no, that's interesting. We go into a rage when we're in limit break form. Sorry, I should explain that. It means our HP can't go below 1. 0, I suppose. Well, I mean, of course we want that. And I do want to try out Flames of Rebirth. I've been wanting to try out since the beginning of the game at this point. Too angry to die. Yeah, I was eyeballing this one. Wait. Oh, you want me to get the charge? Sure. I think that's it for now. I haven't even been using that. Well, that's a good question, Walker. You should play Chrono Cross. Don't play Chrono Cross. Play Xenogears. Don't play Xenogears. Play Radical Dreamers. You can get that legally now, I think. I swear they added that to the Switch port, the terrible port of Chrono Cross. Transmog. Oh yeah, that's me right there. Just my Ganondorf outfit. So far, I think that's probably my favorite sword I've seen in terms of pure cosmetics. Not feeling a JRPG. That's valid. You should play... Hang on. I don't remember the name of it, so I gotta access my wish list, because I haven't bought it yet. Dragon Quest Builders 2 is a very good game. That's not what I meant. Hang on. So impatient. You should play Bzzzt. That's 3 Z's. So B, Z, 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 T. I should mention I haven't played it yet. It's going to be one of those things I add with Dealer's Choice someday.
Just taking a quick breather, ain't I?
But a friend of mine recommends it. What is it? Pull it up on Steam. The video will do a better job of explaining it than I can.
We can keep running. Or we can walk through this door.
Done.
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that.
No.
It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
Spoken true. Forgiveness and in turn salvation can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms?
That's nonsense.
For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living. Be they bearers or beggars, most march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
You're both dominants, dude.
We will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
Oh god, and then the song from FF14 starts playing. First of all, sorry to pause for something completely off topic, but it sounds like you're calling A Hat in Time a meme game. No. A Hat in Time is a really, really good 3D platformer. It's not super short. It's essentially another Mario Odyssey, if you're familiar with that. It is not as good as Mario Odyssey, but that's not saying much, because Mario Odyssey is one of the best games ever made. A Hat in Time is really, really good. Celeste is really, really good. Bzzzt, I haven't played yet, but it comes highly recommended. And Pocky and Rocky is your classic arcade beat 'em up, and I don't have much to add to that.
What trouble are you looking to get yourself into now?
The best kind. We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
And then kill her over and over and over and over. I do agree, Luke, completely. Meanwhile, or earlier, in the past.
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight. Without their yield, we will be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then, the black creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
Who's this asshole?
Your Radiance?
If it is fertile land the Empire requires, we need but look south.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Yeah, I think this is Pope Evil.
Did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think
What kind of I'm sorry. What kind of argument is that? Yes, because of our short-sighted, foolish things we've been doing, such as wiping out our own villages because of the mad wishes of my wife, we're running out of resources, including food. So let's go slaughter and conquer our neutral allies. Okay, there's a gradient of alliance, but you know, people we are allied with on the low end of the scale, probably have a trade agreement with, and just take their land. Duh. It's okay. That makes perfect sense. After all, let's think about this. So we need food now so we can withstand the winter. That makes sense. So we're going to charge south, burn and pillage the land, getting rid of all the food supplies, but then we conquer the fertile land. And then, well, then we have to start growing, and we don't have to wait another year past winter when we've all starved, into the next year, then start a new harvesting season, and then we can reap all that we have sown. Like,
The gates of Oriflamme buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the Blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But
oh, I want him to die.
To riddles such as these. You lock horns with an enemy from across the sea, sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands. The Empire bleeds, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house.
No, I've been paying attention. The enemies overseas you've been fighting attacked you. So you are...
And you fancy yourselves leaders of men. Sandbreck is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
Your Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
You know, I'll actually give credence to these cardinals. Boy, there's a sentence I never thought I'd say. For actually being like, dude.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion. This is the will of great Grieger.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
There will be uproar. Then we must find a way to distract the citizenry. But how much will that cost?
And what of our legions? Shall we raise the furs?
Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalmex.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do.
Oh, you asshole! I hate people like that. I have dealt with people like that in real life, in my freaking job life, in corporate America. So for those of you not aware, it's like this. Rex, I need you to make Kingdom Hearts 4, okay? And it needs to be made by December, okay? Now, I've made that decision. Go make it work. Like, God, I hate that so much. Yes, you now have to implement my terrible, terrible decision. Yeah, I'm also not giving you any staff or budget increase. Just so you know, Rax.
Where is my son?
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Arthur. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
That won't be necessary. Tell him instead to see to his wounds. Bahamut's strength will be needed again soon.
Oh my god.
As you command.
God, I want to just gut that man. I want to rip out his intestines and strangle him with them.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the mother crystals are the reason the world is dying? Are you mad?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer, until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing. All right.
That makes sense.
Listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mined from the mother crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the mother crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the mother crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens.
If I could jump in really quick, you know the other thing that makes this kind of terrifying? If the process isn't 100% efficient, it means entropy is naturally removing some magic from the world permanently, right? Think about it this way. Here's your mother crystal, and it's got 15 mana, okay? You pull away 1 mana and go use it on something, and that does whatever. But then it pulls in more mana into the crystal. But what if it only pulls in, like, half mana, or 0.75 mana, or even 0.99 mana? If any amount of that energy is lost in the process of how they use it, and then it eventually gets dragged back into the crystal, which allows them to then pull from the crystal out of their little things, and you see this, right? If any amount is lost, then the energy in the world is just slowly but surely bleeding out permanently.
For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
Who says they didn't? Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Climate change doesn't exist.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups? The gods themselves?
So now you want to do something about the crystals. And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. But if we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm.
I mean, I called it earlier. This world is doomed.
And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
It's also worth noting, Loke asks who or what created the mother crystals. They could be natural phenomena. It is entirely possible that magic ether naturally adheres to other ether, which then adheres to other ether, and right? It forms like a stalactite or whatever. So it's entirely possible that that's just a natural byproduct of the world, and it might not even be a terrible thing if properly managed, properly dealt with. But even that, I don't know. And yeah, I don't know if it would be permanent, look. There's a lot of question marks here. And Meadfist asks, what if the Mother Crystal explodes and destroys the world? First of all, that'd probably be better than the current state of affairs. But second, and far more importantly, like, that's actually really likely, I would say. I mean, that's a gigantic source of magic over there, right? Magic tends to explode when it's destroyed in most settings. So, also, maybe that's what happened with the water crystal. The one that they keep talking about has been lost. Because there's not 8 crystals on that map.
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said aye.
You know we got to get it back out of there.
It's nice to have you aboard all the same.
What have I got myself into? I'm going to need more than a few potions for this.
Yep, time to get a few potions. Sorry, I missed it, Lo. Do you mind repeating it, please? Who? Enosians?
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick breather, ain't I?
Yeah, I'll do the side quests. Ugh.
Wanted to send a message.
You've lost a letter. Nothing too important, I hope.
Not just a letter. I lost everything. There's a hole in my damn pack, and fool that I am, I didn't bloody notice.
It can't be that bad, surely.
How could it be any worse? I'm a courier. I carry things. If I can't do my job right, then what am I good for? Nothing, that's what. I buggered it right up. That means no herbs for the infirmary, and no fresh meat for our cooking pots. Worst of all, that letter I lost, it was for Sid. A letter he's been waiting on for days.
Maybe if you retrace your steps.
I'd scour Storm from coast to coast if I could, but there are curse breakers in the field, counting on my arrival. No, I'll just have to own up to Otto and Sid. They're gonna skin me alive.
Fine. Tell me where to look.
Are you serious? Thank you.
It sounds like the hideaway could use those supplies. So, where should I start?
Gotan's bales, perhaps? I took a tumble in the bushes when I was passing through. There's a chance my pack might have caught on something. If you can find everything I dropped, you'll be doing us all a favor. And if you can find Sid's letter, you'll be saving my life.
If it's there, I'll find it.
Wonderful. Now, I have to run if I'm to make my next delivery in time. I trust you can find your way to Gotan's bales. Oh, and hurry, will you? Sid doesn't like to be kept waiting.
I'm sure he doesn't.
I could completely see that, Logue. It wouldn't even surprise me.
Last very long out in the elements. I should make for Sambrek as soon as I can.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy.
He's never this late. Where are you, Randall?
Is everything all right?
Forgive me, young man. I was in a world of my own. I'm worried about my friend, you see. He left some time ago and hasn't returned. And you know what it's like out there for a bearer on his own.
Why leave the safety of the hideaway?
For coin. Sad though it is, our need outweighs the risk. The hideaway can't survive on goodwill alone. And though Karen does what she can, her coffers aren't bottomless. Wait. You were a soldier, were you not? In the Imperial Army?
I was.
Then I ask a favour of you. I'm too old to be traipsing hither and yon. Will you go and find him for me?
Yeah, of course I will.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Randall, and I suspect you'll find him in Lost Wing. He's been working for Quinton, the tavern keeper. He'll know something, I'm sure.
I'll speak to him.
Safe travels, my friend. And thank you again.
You know, I get Meadfist's point. A simple example of that is Midgar. Midgar in FF7, even in the original FF7, is this barren wasteland in the immediate nearby surrounding area because they're directly pumping out the Mako. Pumping is probably the wrong word. Ripping? Siphoning? Anyways, point being, they're leeching the land, right?
Well, what do you want?
There it is.
Should last you a good while.
So there's a little bit of speculativeness going on here. Having said that, it would not surprise me if the Mother Crystals are part of the problem. But it also wouldn't surprise me if people are the majority of the problem, given the extremely obvious environmental parallels, which they've never done in a Final Fantasy game ever. That is an interesting question, Dakota. Makes me wonder if it is, in fact, draining people. Then again, maybe it isn't. I don't know. There's too many holes right now. Yeah, it could also be that maybe mining the crystal is what's doing it. That may sound weird, but think about it from this perspective. What if the Mother Crystal is a program instead of a chunk of ore? I know that's a really dumb analogy, but bear with me for a second. If you just kind of randomly remove several chunks from a program's code, the program's not going to work right, or at all, more likely. And yeah, exactly. And so we're damaging it by removing the code. We're actually getting rid of parts of the machine. And crystal tech is a really common concept in Final Fantasy, so that's not exactly coming from nowhere.
While he was passing through the bales, I better keep my eyes open. Good. Looks like I'm in the right area.
All of this is purely speculative, of course. If it's a natural formation, it's probably not a machine, for example.
More of the lost supplies.
It could also be something as relatively simple as the mining is redistributing mana in an unnatural flow, which is causing issues across the world.
We've come this far. Might as well ask around.
A little overdressed to be picking grapes, aren't you? Are you here for Master Quentin?
I'm looking for a letter someone dropped nearby, and I suppose you've seen it.
Can't say I have, sorry.
Well, if you do...
Wait, I did pass a dog with something in its mouth a little while back. Could have been a piece of paper. No idea if it was your letter, but you never know.
Which way did it go?
Towards Lost Wing? Seemed well looked after to me. Dare say someone there's been feeding it.
To the village, then. Thank you.
And yeah, so to go back to the natural formation thing, it would not be particularly difficult for it to just be environmental effects have tremendous amounts of dominoing, right? To the point where, to my knowledge, we don't even fully understand exactly how many pieces connect where in real life.
It's looking to be a fine harvest.
My personal favorite little tidbit of this is the fact that the Sahara Desert directly impacts the fertility of the rainforests in Brazil, right? You get rid of the sand in the Sahara, you have issues on another continent, kind of a thing.
Did Master Quentin summon you?
So it is entirely possible that just the mining or even over-mining is what's directly causing the problem. That does not look like a well-fed dog.
It seems we have our culprit. Sorry, boy. Someone's waiting for this. He's waited long enough already. Hopefully this will keep our courier out of trouble.
A whole day on the line and they're still not dry.
But what'll we do for supper?
But how did
Also
the
true, little one. The real problem here is I think we just need to know more about the mother crystals, and it sounds like they don't know much in-universe.
We haven't
which
much, but you're
is
free to look.
admittedly a little eyebrow-raising, I'm not gonna lie. What is that? Oh. Okay.
You're always welcome here in Lostwing.
Actually,
Sun's setting fast.
so what's for breakfast, Canuck Scout?
Innkeeper is a friend of mine. I hope it's to your liking.
There we go.
Ah, if it isn't Sid's young protege. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm looking for a bearer called Randall. I hear he's been coming to you for work. He was expected back at the hideaway some time ago. A friend of his asked me to check on him.
Randall, you say? The porter? Yes, I know him. And I can't say I'm surprised if he has been delayed. I gave him enough to do. Though, thinking about it, he should probably have been back by now.
I'll go and look for him. Where was he headed?
He was to meet an associate of mine to the south of here, on Lorbert's Pass. I do hope nothing's happened to him. Be sure to let me know, Clive.
Yeah, I don't. No shame in that, Luke. EU4 has a lot of moving parts. That's part of the appeal. I don't know, I played FF14 offshore Twitch account. By the way, hi offshore Twitch account. Also true, and idiot. Yeah. I mean, the Native Americans are overpowered as hell if you know what you're doing, but there's also going to be like years and years of like nothing happening until the Europeans land on your shores. Then things are going to get a little bit more intense.
You all right?
The hanged man. Thank the gods. You're one of us. We were attacked. Beastmen on the road. Randall knew he didn't play the hero, but reckless sod insisted on drawing him off.
Where did this happen?
Further down the road. In the clearing. Please. You have to see that he's safe.
I'll do what I can. You go back to Lost Wing and tell Quentin what happened.
Wait, really, and did he? Oh, jeez. Good morning, Spartan. Yeah, you didn't miss much. Just the best cutscene of the game so far. It's okay. I'll give you a preview of what it was like. Stab, stab, stab. More stab. Ultra stab. Death stab.
Get him, boy! Over here.
I'm not even sure what qualifies as base EU4 at this point.
Get him! Sick of Torgal! You know what to do, boy! Get him, boy! You know. There, boy! Sick of Torgal! Get him! Sick of Torgal! You know what to do, boy. You know what to do, boy.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this earlier. I'm not sure if the party members actually do anything. Like, obviously, they look like they're doing something, but I've played many, many games where, the enemies look like they're doing something, but they're not actually doing anything. Not this.
You know what to do, boy. Over here. Get him! Sick of Torgal!
There are no difficulty settings, Czar. Be the answer to that question. There's an optional hard mode that's New Game Plus only, which, for obvious reasons, we don't have access to yet.
Sorry, Randall. Looks like I was too late. He doesn't deserve to rot by the roadside. I'll speak to Quentin.
I mean, most FF games don't have difficulty options, but if you mean unlocking hard mode after beating the game the first time, I feel like Dorgeous Cerberus did that, but I don't remember that being a thing in most FFs. I've seen that in a lot of other games. In fact, it's actually really common in a lot of games. It irritates the crap out of me. Oh yeah, FF12 did have New Game Minus, although only in the remaster. Still counts, though.
Ah, there you are. My man told me what happened. And? I can't help but notice you're alone. Damn it. I feared as much.
He's not far from the South Gate. I trust you'll do right by him.
Of course. I'll send someone right away. I knew he was brave, though I didn't know he was reckless. Poor fool.
Had you known him long?
A while. I liked the fact that he didn't shy away from dangerous work, and he liked what I paid.
Because it helped keep the hideaway afloat.
I'll tell Sid what happened here. I expect he'll be none too pleased to learn of Randall's fate. And I suppose you're none too happy either. For your trouble.
We've had a couple of references to things on the over-the-ocean Meadowlord, because it's pretty clear this is just one continent. But not many. I don't know how bad the rest of the world is. I'm trying to remember which was the first FF game to have difficulty options. Because, yeah, I remember the ones in FF4.
I heard Otto barking at his
FF4, DS, PC, 3D. The DS port on Steam added a difficulty option. It's fine, Loke. Titan's gonna show up and kill them all. Then they will suffer a lot less. That would actually be funny, right? But the whole rest of the world's actually just fine. But no, we probably have a Fallout situation. That's the vibe I get. The rest of the world is either gone or worse than gone. And this is the last spit that's left functioning.
Maybe I should just own up. Well, there you are. I just got back to the hideaway and thankfully Otto hasn't seen me yet. I don't suppose you,
Found the things you dropped. I did.
I was so sure they'd be gone. And the letter?
Only a little worse for wear.
No more skulking about in the shadows for me, then. And all thanks to you. Losing those supplies was one thing, but if Sid had found out about that letter...
Is it about Cursebreaker business?
If only. It's from his daughter. She's off studying in Canver, and her letters are all that keeps Sid sane while she's away.
You never mentioned a daughter.
Well, he's a busy man. And thanks to you, he won't be wasting his time smiting careless couriers with levin bolts. So I'd say you did us both a service. Here. For your troubles. If there's anything you're wanting from Sid, today's the day. He'll be sweet as honey once he gets his hands on this.
So to clarify that, Loke, in the original lore of Fallout, in the original intention of Fallout, nothing was left but the continental US. China was completely nuked. Europe was gone. You know, stuff like that, right? Now, that's been retconned at least twice since then that I'm aware of, but that's what I was referencing.
So what God's forsaken corner of the realm is Sid dragging you off to this time?
Oriflamme.
The holy capital. And what business would you lot having? On second thoughts, I don't want to know. Speaking of Oriflamme, I hear the trading routes leading south have seen more than double the usual traffic. If you ask me, summat foul's brewing, and it ain't tires borbile tea. Oh, just go and see Otto, will you?
All right.
I am enjoying the gameplay of this game quite a bit here, I guess. As I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you caught this, this is in contention for one of my favorite second-to-second core combat games in the
Take
FF
a
series.
seat, Clive. I'll fetch you a boat.
So you're really going through with it? Sid's been talking about bringing down a mother crystal since I've known it. But that's all it's ever been. Talk.
He's convinced it's the right thing to do. We'll be leaving for the capital shortly.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better moment. Seems the hiding the royalists gave him wasn't enough to dampen old Sylvester's spirits. His legions are on the march again. This time, due south.
Another war.
All as the great Grieger wills it. Bloodthirsty little miss, that one. But that's God's for you, innit? Still, might work to our advantage on this occasion. Wars breed chaos. On the front lines, and at home. With a fair wind behind them, a handful of like-minded ne'er-do-wells could melt into the back alleys of Oriflamme. No trouble. It's making it to the capital that's the problem.
The checkpoint.
That's right. Anyone travelling in or out of Oriflamme has to go through Northreach. Lucky for you, I might just know of a way.
Would be funny, Rex.
Yes.
Well, no, not that. That gets you an audience with the Dame. And it's the Dame who'll see you safely through Northreach. I'll send the Stolas in the morning, let her know you're coming. We go way back, and she's a true friend of the cause. I'm sure you'll get on like a house on fire.
That's good of you, but who is this dame, and where will I find her?
She's the proud proprietress of Northreach's foremost house of ill repute, the Vale. And she's quite a woman, if you know what I mean.
A woman. Right.
Don't go blinding her with your charm now, lad. I'll be expecting a full report when you get back.
I haven't heard a lot of negativity about this game, personally. But then again, I haven't heard a lot of noise about this game, period. Like, FF15, there was a lot of noise. But 16 has just been quiet. It's been out for a year, too. Oh my god. No.
I suppose that's everything. Now to find Gav.
Oh, you're the new lad, aren't you? Goat at your service. Well, at the hideaway service anyway. Otto's put me in charge of reading through the reports sent in by our allies and picking out any problems that might warrant the attention of the curse breakers. Or any other willing volunteers. And there's no shortage of problems, I can tell you. Or maybe I don't have to. I'll warrant a strapping lad like you's got people begging him for help wherever you go. Anyway, if you're ever interested in taking a look over the list, just say the word. Reckon you could probably tick off the odd thing here and there. They say little acts of kindness are their own reward. But if that ain't enough, these have got proper bounties on them and all. Anything catch your eye?
Well, there's 3 more side quests we now have to go do. I don't know, Loke, is the answer to your question. So I'm going to go ahead and back off of that because I thought I knew the lore. But the moment I'm questioned, I have to double check myself, and I'm not that familiar with original Fallout lore, second Fallout lore, third Fallout lore, or fourth Fallout lore, all of which are different from each other. Let's go ahead and do some side quests. Kill me, Kratos.
Ah, you're Sid's man, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't trouble you for some assistance, could I?
That depends. What do you need?
Some new bearers from Oriflamme just arrived, and it cost Master Quinton a pretty penny to convince their owner to part with them. Man must have been a bloody tyrant. Can't get a peep out of them, try as I might.
They're probably terrified of you.
You're on Pillars of Snow.
Probably right. Dare say it'd take a bearer like yourself to open them up. So, Will you have a word with them? Help them settle in?
Sure.
I can try.
That'll do me. Tell them they're safe, and that if they need anything, they just have to ask.
I'll let them know.
Appreciate it. They're sitting over there, taking a long overdue breather, looks like.
Speaking of someone who actually unironically enjoys Fallout 76, yeah, Fallout 76 really just went to bat. It took a bat to the lore of Fallout. Hard. Now, whether those retcons are bad or not, that's actually more debatable, but it definitely just took a bat to the whole franchise. Load. God, why does it take so long to load? There we go. Thank you, Shadow Machine, very, very much. I do always appreciate your support. Okay. And let me go ahead and jot that down really quick. For the Mirror's Edge, Mario and Luigi, and Bartender Blocks. Listen, Loke, Bethesda just... What's really sad is the core Bethesda team certainly cannot stop screwing up everything. But the reason I say Fallout 76 is actually decent is because they're not core Bethesda. It's more or less the same reason Elder Scrolls Online is one of the better Elder Scrolls game. They handed it off to better developers.
So you're the new arrivals. Is there anything I can get you?
Food, maybe?
You're safe here. They don't punish people like us for speaking our minds.
Truly. I'm hungry. My sister too, we're starving.
Wait here. I'll fetch you something from the tavern.
Thank you.
I won't be long. You stay here and rest.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing off to the vineyard to see the lad?
There were purple handprints all over her skirts.
Oh my god.
Can I have another cup, Daddy?
There'll be none left for me.
I'll have 2 plates of whatever you're serving.
Sorry. We've enough mouths of our own to feed without tending to the wants of outsiders.
It's not for me. It's for some new arrivals.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the mark. So you're a comrade. Well, in that case, you may have whatever you require. Take all the bread and wine you want.
That's really all it takes. One look at the innkeeper's mark.
Of course it is. I do as Master Quinton commands, as do we all. And Master Quinton commands that none of his favoured guests be left wanting. Well, don't keep our new comrades waiting. Take what you need and see that they eat their fill.
Oh, okay.
Bread and wine. Hopefully this will be enough.
Sure. It's faster than walking. Maybe. I wasn't expecting...
Did you
Okay,
see? That bearer spoke to a master.
What manner of place is this?
Not hell.
Here. Bread and wine from the tavern.
May we? Truly? Such plenty. Never in all my days.
Brother, this place is like a dream.
5 seconds later. Ah, everything's on fire!
We sat and no one shouted. We ate and more was offered.
I know. I can't believe it.
You're free now. And the next time you're hungry, you need only ask to be fed.
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
I'm telling you, let's just get the evacuation ship in here. Maybe 2. We've got a couple thousand people to evacuate, and then we're just gonna burn the rest. Also, I don't know if you caught that, but one of the things they were afraid of being yelled at for was sitting.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing up to the vineyard to see the lad?
That's a good point. The setting's already doomed without me. I just want to hurry it along. I just want to watch it burn.
Master Quinton will never forgive me if I don't save that crop.
Crack the planet in half. The center of the planet is solid mother crystal.
I want no trouble.
I'll kill you.
Wait, that's... Oh, glory to Grieger. You were the hanged man. I took you for a rogue. If you're a friend of Master Quinton's, then perhaps you'll help me. His vineyard, Lostwing's pride and joy, has been beset by a plague of giant wasps.
And you need someone to solve your pest problem.
I do indeed. I've never seen them so far from the forest, nor so mean for that matter. I suppose the smell's got them worked up. And little wonder. This'll be the finest crop we've ever known if the fiends don't eat it first. I tried chasing them off myself, but they won't flee from the likes of me. And if I don't bring those grapes in for pressing soon, Master Quinton will have my guts for garters. You look like you can handle that blade of yours. Will you put it to use for a comrade in need? Please, rid us of these wasps so I can be about my business.
All right. I'll see to it.
Oh, thank you. You'll find them over at Gotan's Bales on the edge of town. And hurry, Lostwing needs those grapes.
Yeah, how many of you have ever heard of the phrase, if you've got time to lean, you've got time to clean? It's a pretty messed up phrase, actually. It automatically presumes that...
A few wasps shouldn't give me too much trouble.
It presumes that you're lazy, and then shames you for that laziness, but at the same time insists that you spend 100% of your working time working. Everything about that, everything I just said, is wrong.
Sick of Torgal. That's enough. You know what to do, boy. There, boy. Over here. It's over. Get him, boy. Stay down. Finished. Get him. Over here.
That was weird. Did you hear that?
You know what to do, boy.
I mean, I can't, by definition, call this bleak yet because we haven't finished it yet. I will freely admit, if you forced me, like if I was a games journalist and I had to make a judgment of this game right now, I would say, yeah, it's a bleak setting. Because it is right now. Whether it is in the end, we'll see, won't we?
Looks like that was the last of them. I better let Quentin...
No, Lope. What is it?
Those wasps won't be interfering with your harvest anymore.
Oh, thank you. Master Quentin would have had my head if I'd lost the crop. I'd say you've earned a reward. Our Gotand Rouge fetches a handsome price among the rich and powerful of the realm. We use that money to keep our comrades fed and imperial wolves from our door. The vineyards were Master Quentin's idea. He wanted to give bearers a place to work, a place where they'd be safe.
Well, he certainly seems to have done that here. I'm glad I could help.
I'll see that he hears of your kindness. And once this vintage is ripe for drinking, there'll be a glass or two raised in your honor.
I've never actually heard of it, Loke. Any good? People exist. That's what's going to happen. I just realized it. I'm going to pull up the map at some point in the game. I'm going to be like, here, let's see what we got here. And there's just going to be green dots. Green dots as far as the eye can see.
Make sure you're aiming that at the fish there, son. Keep them nice and fresh.
The tavern. It's done for. I've seen your face before. You're a friend of Martha's. Help us, I beg you.
Help you with what?
Bandits in the Golden Stables. They're waving their swords around. I think they're gonna kill someone. When I saw what was happening, I slipped out the back. I should have stayed, but... Oh, please help them.
All right. I'll see to your problem.
Thank you.
How many were there?
I was out of the door too fast to count. They
More
looked a
than
nasty
one.
bunch, though.
Got it.
Be careful in there, all right?
Yep. Let's go. 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 Let's go.
Careful.
Ha! Golden Stables my ass. All Martha's hiding back here is coppers.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, that's a fine sword, friend. Heavy, though, I expect. What say we relieve you of it?
Tumbleweed rolls by.
Get him, lads. I want that blade.
You got it. I mean, they really want this blade, so I'm just trying to do them a service here.
Get him! Stay down!
Oh, they've got some health for being rando bandits. You just stay in this corner so we don't knock over any more furniture, okay? No. This way, this way. I've already knocked over 2 tables. I already feel bad enough about that. Now I want a full-on Western Final Fantasy. Yes, I know, I want a Western everything. Shut up.
I'll be keeping my blade, thank you.
There he is! The hero of the Golden Stables!
People will think twice about pushing us around again, thanks to you. We're lucky you were nearby.
Sorry about the tables.
No good cowards wouldn't have dared set foot in the place if I'd been here, of course.
But you weren't. I thought you told me you had someone watching the place.
The Blood Axes keep an eye on the tavern, yeah. When they're not busy keeping the peace, that is. I've spread them as thin as they'll go. The Empire might be in charge, but that don't mean they care to keep us safe. If it weren't for the Blood Axes and me, merchants won't come near these lands for fear of what might happen to them.
I see. Then you do Rosaria a great service.
Just as you did today. You're a useful man to have around. Here.
And there'll be a mug of something tasty waiting for you whenever you next stop by.
Right, we've got work to do if we're to make this place presentable. You best be going, before I arm you with a mop.
I don't know, do you pay? I've done a lot of weird quests so far, so if you pay, I'm just saying. Does it complete the 100%ing? I've got 100% the game, you don't understand.
There he is, the man of the hour.
Okay, so let's go here. I've been chewing on that, Loke, so far, and I don't mean this as an insult, at least not to you, Loke. I'm not super impressed with Jill as a character. She's kind of flat. In pretty much the exact same line that Clive himself is. It's not terrible, it's just they haven't caught me yet.
Tale? Or perhaps...
Yeah, she hasn't done much yet. It probably doesn't help that for a huge portion of the sections we've done, she's just in the background, not actually doing anything. The Continental Accord, an international pact made at the dawn of the present era, in which certain matters as the treatment of bearers and establishment of realm-wide currency were laid out, form the basis of much of the Velisthian society as it stands today, including the branding of bearers and their status as non-persons. It also put into place a universal calendar, marking a symbolic fresh start for mankind, albeit one which put magic users at a crippling disadvantage. Fear and uncertainty. Wow.
You wish to study the tomes?
Nah, I'm good. Although, hey, check it out. It's Pope Evil, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire of Sanbreque, excuse me, who won his throne after at least partially by virtue of his son, Dion, having awakened as the dominant of Bahamut.
You are always welcome, Clive.
Called that. Make sure we don't have any other quests.
Here you go.
Okay, no quests. Ah, thank God.
Think you can help?
Take a seat, Clive.
Well, 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 someone's in a hurry.
Just following orders.
Funny, I never took you for the type.
Can't all be as obedient as you, Gav.
Eh?
Fine day for a little mischief, wouldn't you say?
Is this all of us?
Actually, Gav won't be coming.
Just the three of us, then?
Drake said is the keystone of the Empire. Oriflamme's in chaos, yes, but that doesn't mean we can march an army through her gates. The fewer our numbers, the better our chances of going unnoticed. And should that plan fail, well, we have our icons to fall back on.
Sid, I don't know if I can. Ifrit still seems to come and go as he pleases.
Ordinarily, primary and icon comes naturally to a dominance. But then, you are no ordinary dominance.
Well, he's still got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't he?
Not to mention what he sucked out of Garuda. And did I ever tell you about how he was once the greatest shield in Rosaria?
Oh my god.
I reckon he could probably cut us a path out of the capital on his own if need be.
Let's try not to find out.
We're less likely to be spotted if we travel separately. I'll meet you in Northreach in a few days. You two behave now.
I'm struggling to think of another game that has a pope that isn't evil. Like, most of the time it's not even a spoiler or a twist. It's just, here's the evil pope. You can tell because their very first cutscene starts with this, like, evil Gregorian chanting and them saying, "We must do what we can for the sake of all the people, no matter the cost." Yeah, that's the example that was already given, Czar. Hence the another.
So, we're meeting in Northreach. But will I find Sid and Jill before this dame finds me?
I mean, certainly Palpatine likes to think of himself as a god, but no.
Over here.
Palpatine. You know, that's true. Stranger in Paradise does have a job system and action combat. But then again, so does FF10 too. One of the better job systems out there. Not the best, I would say, but one of the better. I'll be right back.
There. Northry.
The soldiers used to speak of a brothel. But that was north of the checkpoint. I hope that Dame has friends in the south. A moment, my lady.
A moment? I doubt you could afford even that much of my time. Branded.
My mistake.
No, mine. Upon reflection, you don't have the scent of a branded about you. The flowers. Otto always did know how to please me. More than Sid ever did anyway. Do you think you could please me, Clive?
You're the Dame.
Let us leave such impersonal titles to my less preferred clientele. You can call me Isabel. Otto assured me I could trust you. I can trust you, can't I?
You can trust me, yes, but... why would you...
Help you? Because that's what we do. Long ago, Sid did me a kindness when no one else would. I have never forgotten that. Without it, I would not be where I am today. And so, I make it a point to do the same whenever possible. Which brings us here. To the final obstacle between you and whatever it is you seek in the holy capital. I fear the guards are not likely to let a masterless bearer pass unmolested, unless...
Unless...
Unless, of course, his master deigned to appear. Yes, that will do nicely.
Where is Jill? Right.
But I shall expect a favor in return.
Wait, what?
You say these are all from Dalmekia?
The fruit's not getting any fresher.
What the hell are you doing?
Tut tut. We cannot have people thinking I tolerate disobedience from my branded.
The men who gave me this are no more my masters than you are. But... it's not as if I can hide it.
From the moment you acquired it, that brand has done naught but take. But today, it is going to give you exactly what you want. Just play along.
Madame, back to the Vale already?
But of course, we must make ready to welcome you, my dear.
And who might this be?
Why, my new escort. The streets aren't safe for a girl, what with all the royalists about.
Well, don't work him too hard.
Well, that rather depends on you now, doesn't it? I'll see you all at sunset.
We've actually seen a few...
Oi, hold up. Another fucking branded. Well, you're lucky you're with the Dame. Now get out of my sight, filth.
Then why did you command me to stand within it? We actually see a few people who have clearly burned the part of their face where the brand was. The burn marks leave a different type of scar, and it's still pretty obvious.
That wasn't so bad.
Wasn't so bad. They might have recognized me.
But they didn't. And even if they had, they wouldn't have done anything about it. The gentlemen of the garrison are some of my best customers. We have an arrangement, as do you and I. Now, if you'd care to follow me,
I'm not having
we can
sex with
speak
you.
more at the Vale.
Just as a heads up.
Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late. Oh, don't tell me you've grown tired of us.
It's not that. The garrisons are being called back to the capital. We're to join the legions.
And if anyone requests her company, tell them she is feeling unwell.
Madame, you look stunning.
As do you, my dear.
Shall I have one of the girls draw a bath?
That won't be necessary. Clive, my darling. Welcome to the Vale.
I'm trying not to make a reference to the Honeybee Inn, but...
Thank you for seeing me through the gates, my lady. I am in your debt.
Well, that was the whole point, wasn't it? And I told you, it's Isabel. Whatever wound you so tight, I wonder. It's certainly not Sid's influence.
You, mentioned a favor. What is it you'd have me do? I don't want to keep my companions waiting.
If you mean Sid and the girl, you needn't worry. They have yet to reach the checkpoint. Yes, Otto asked me to help them as well. But to answer your question, I need you to find someone for me. One of my girls. Tatienne has been gone for several days now, having left no word of explanation. And I've begun to fear the worst.
I feel as if I've spent my whole life searching for people. Though I can't say I'm any good at it.
I trust you'll do your best. Oh, and take this. Proof of that trust. And hopefully enough to keep prying eyes from looking too closely at that handsome face of yours. Now, I have matters to attend to at the Iron Flagon. If you find anything, ask for me there.
I should probably start here.
With the side quest. The eternal side quests.
Excuse me, you there? I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars. So you are an associate of the dames? Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne, a humble merchant, though fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Okay.
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough, pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total: a grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on.
Drugs, got it.
I cannot prevent you from peeking. I advise that you don't. Strongly advise.
Blah, blah, blah. Bugs. Or drugs, not bugs. Slight difference. Oh god, he's smuggling bugs! Damn.
How did one of them get on the side?
One of the dame's pets.
Oh god, the bugs are drugs! Bug drugs! Drug bugs? No. Drug bugs procure the drugs. Bug drugs are the drugs.
Sergeant's got it in for us two. Where's your commanding officer, Branded? Don't you know the training grounds are for real soldiers?
Hey, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind. The infantry always needs more bodies, though.
I'm just passing through.
I don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earned that brooch?
Do I have to?
Not. Oh, no doubt. Only chivalrous souls that we are, Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Okay. I will beat the crap out of you.
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back. I suggest you don't either. Take a moment to get ready if you need it. Wouldn't want you whining about an unfair fight.
Yeah, I noticed that, Bladewell. Fine.
Now, let's get them.
Yeah, Bubba, let's go. Let's go.
If that's...
I'm ready to kill you. I am so ready to kill you. I haven't killed anyone in 5 minutes. I'm jonesing. I need my bug drugs. Oh, these are the bug drugs.
When you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding.
Squall? No, Leon. Why does everyone get that wrong?
All the dirty tricks you want, Brandon. It is all right. So you know one end of a blade from there.
Dude, you haven't been able to move, and I haven't used a special move on you. I don't need to. You're dead.
Fuck me.
You can't afford
What
it.
are you playing at, Leon? So it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine. Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we?
See, I've got health. Unlike the other guy.
Win the Dane's favour anyway.
By knowing when to hold my tongue for a start.
Continuing to not use abilities.
I'll be damned.
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
Can I go now?
Grieger's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
The dame's man or no, he's still a Branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Yeah, not after the bollocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
I can't. I'm not a good liar.
Thrashed by a branded. The sergeant may be a surly bastard, but he had our number, all right. Extra drills it is,
Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then, was it?
What do you think? Nothing like a quick tumble on another man's coin.
I don't know how a bearer came by the moon and stars, but thank goodness I found you. Can I trust you to be discreet?
About what?
About this. About what I wish to ask of you. About the fact that I, a humble creature, assist the Dame of the Vale in her endeavors. As unlikely as it may seem, there are those within the upper echelons of Samberquois society who find the Empire's treatment of bearers to be barbaric.
All right. But what do you want from me?
This town is carried upon the backs of its bearers, and yet many would see their servants starve. Not for the want of coin, simple fare cost little more than a pittance, but to revel in the suffering of others, a simple act of cruelty. Contemptible though it is, my countrymen would sooner cut off their noses to spite their faces than see their bearers fed. And despite my best attempts at secrecy, my efforts to dole out comestibles have been noticed. Which brings me to my request. The brand upon your cheek affords you a certain freedom, a freedom I could sorely use.
Okay, sure. It does sound a lot like Dorian.
What do you need me to do?
Oh, thank you. An extra meal may not seem like much, but it will make all the difference. Here, deliver these, but keep them hidden. Quickly now. What food I can provide goes where the need is greatest. And today, that happens to be the barracks. 3 bearers, overworked and underfed, not permitted a moment's rest.
It's no wonder so many die before their time.
Tragic, true, but do not let anger make you careless. People will view this act of mercy as an undermining of the Empire's authority. Be discreet for both our sakes, and for the sake of those we feed. Oh, and when you're finished, a word in the ear of one of the Dame's girls would be appreciated.
You won't be staying then?
I'm afraid not. I'm expected back in the capital, and have already risked much speaking with you this long.
The crystal's curse is bad enough. We can't let people starve as well.
Heard the bones fell favourably.
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
Looks like now's not the time.
I could kill the guy. You want me to kill the guy? I can kill. Just God, let me kill him. Let me kill him. I'm addicted to killing these people. Is he dry? Oh my God, he is. He's casting arrow to dry out the sheets that are already hanging out in the air on the breeze. I remind you, casting magic is literally killing them. As you can see, his left leg there is already starting to petrify.
You look like you need a rest.
Not half as much as I need this. Thank you. I daren't eat it here, though. Not where anyone might see.
Has it always been this bad?
Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others.
That's something at least.
Yep, time to kill the world. Boop, there we go. No, no, no. We're done. Boop! Alright, yeah, I actually heard a few people compare this to Chaos Dwarves.
That's the day done then. Drinks and the veil.
How about the veil, then drinks?
Yeah, she is also fairly petrified.
I have something for you.
From the Chamberlain. Thank you. You need to leave. Now. Please.
Branded! Who told you to rest? Stoke those damn flames! And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
So anyways, he's dead. How do we kill him, though? There's so many ways we can kill him. We could put him into a giant bronze pot, fill it with water, and put it on top of a fire. It'll take a minute.
It all smells so delightful. I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master, anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice. That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
All this for a drink.
Not just any drink. The very best, specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
Delicious bug drugs.
I have no business with Branded.
Well, I have business with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone.
Have your bug drugs. Get your bug drugs. Get your bug drugs. Yeah.
Lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false...
I can always take it back.
You will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue. Had you been the tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment. Take it and get out of my sight.
Cigars.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now, shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
Why didn't you say so? Times are hard, but this here'll make 'em less so. For a while, at least. Sorry about the welcome. I meant nothing by it. You wait right here. Here. You can tell Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
Perfume, cigars, and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes.
Yeah, I'm with...
How can they afford to maintain them?
I'm with...
There's only one way to find out.
Whites, ales, meads, ciders, perries.
I'm with Dakota. This is probably bribery material we're picking up here. Not for us, I mean.
The day done then. Drinks.
How about?
I love how we're in sight of the frickin' capital. It's right there. I also noticed they have a hell of a... I forget what that's called, but a wall. Which goes around a decent chunk of it. You can kind of see it in the distance there, too, at the base of the Capitol building.
Enough! Curse you! Get away from me! You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you!
Here. It looks like you need it.
The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me.
You need to rest.
But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend.
And what of your own hurts?
They'll wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
We have confirmation on base Delta Zero. I repeat, confirmation on base Delta Zero. I want to see a giant rock pile in space when we're done with this place.
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Business, though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
Rare for one in his position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron saint of Northreach's starving masses. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble. Much.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot for you.
I better be going.
Good morning, Evo. You missed the most concentrated bleak we've had in a while. So that's probably a good thing.
Well then, I suppose you'll need a little something to remember me by.
Well, I'll give you a hint. This is a military outpost with a brothel which uses slave labor for everything. If I need to go past that, well, tough. Go watch the VOD.
Ah, you have returned.
I believe these are yours.
Delightful. The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't know what this day's work may have cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
Crystals are scarce everywhere.
As chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
I think you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
Look, Game for Chill. I haven't even seen the Chocobo quest yet. I'm actually not sure when it shows up. I've been doing every side quest as they pop. So, speaking of, that should be all of them at the moment. Yep. I was actually wondering, this game was written by the same person who wrote one other game, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I looked this up just last night. One moment. Here we go. Ah, that's right. ARR. And, Heaven's Word. And that apparently is it. They've been working since, with Square since Final Fantasy Tactics. But back then they were an event planner, and a level designer, and a quest planner, and a battle system designer, and a bunch of other stuff. But their first real writing thing was ARR, and then Heaven's Word. And then they worked on this game. Granted, a game like this has more than one writer, but they're listed as the main creative director. Ugh. And the main scenario writer, which means they're the biggest writer on the block, so to speak. Usually that's not always true, because people like to credit people weird because people are dumb.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
Enough to have me look for one of your colleagues. A woman by the name of Tatienne.
She's still missing then. Oh, if only I'd comforted her.
You saw her before she disappeared?
The day before. She was in tears. She'd lost her comb, a gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
And I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did. Tatienne shared a room. Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you. Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about. And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
I'm told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
Lad from the garrison. Annoying little shit. Spent every guil he earned on Tatienne and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
Holds at least.
A man from the garrison. Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
I'd say yes, Evo.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late. Oh, don't tell me you've grown tired of us.
Wind chimes. We're gonna find some very unusually ivory wind chimes. Unusually polished ivory wind chimes.
Heard the bones fell favourably.
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel, Branded? Fuck off.
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
That's right. Do you want to stop having sex, do you? Are you even really a man?
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in war. Yannick left a few days back. Said he had dealings with a merchant there.
The dame thanks you. Moor is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
That's what we signed up for.
It's good news they're also small then, Roxy. Get them all in one hand.
Tell me you bear good tidings.
Not yet, Evo.
That remains to be seen.
It's gotten real close. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was actually thinking about it. If I might be so bold to diverge for a second. The game really is Game of Thronesy. In fact, I found the interview where they talked about how they were directly inspired by Game of Thrones in the creation thereof. No judgment, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But someone mentioned something, I think it was Mead Fist, mentioned something about how older FFs were a lot quieter about their genocide. And I realized that there's a tonal difference between things. And this makes sense to me because, you know, I've played Doom. In Doom, you can rush up to someone and rip out their horn. That's a bad example. Let me say it differently. Okay, you can rush up to someone and then punch them so hard that their head goes into their chest cavity. You can go over to someone else and quite literally shove a chainsaw down through their neck and very slowly, it actually takes like half a second, but it feels slow, grind it through their chest. Now that should be horrible, but it isn't because of the tone. Tone is important when it comes to these kind of things, and tone is all about specifics, individual details of sound and visual design that present the thing. There's a bit earlier on in this very game, in this very game, I don't know why I was repeating that, where a whole bunch of people are on the ground being like, oh, God, help us, please. And soldiers are just walking around, casually and effortlessly stabbing them as they lay there, just making sure that they stay dead. That's a tone thing, right? That's kind of indicative of where they're going with that kind of a thing. Even though this game is substantially less violent than something like Doom, it is substantially more unpleasant than something like Doom. Does that make sense? Because, yeah, exactly, Doom's violence is practically slapstick. It's part of the kitsch, right? It's something that they're doing. The violence itself isn't really the point. To use a slight variant here, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but if I know I've seen this because I've seen like the exact same scene done for two different tones. Imagine you're stabbing someone. No. You know. And so you stab someone, but the specifics of exactly how that stab happens can be really, really horrifying, with screaming and flailing and clawing and desperation and like carving something into them as they're wailing there. You know, that could be really horrible. Or it could be funny, as it's like, ah, you need a mortician! You need a mortician! Points if you actually get the reference. And that's my point. Bringing this back to FF16 in general, I will freely admit I don't enjoy this kind of tone. It's just not for me. And that's what it is. It's an extremely well-executed story, and it's an extremely fun game to play. But I'll admit, I feel like I'm over here outside looking in through the window where the story's happening, because there's this distance here, because I just cannot find myself to get into it, right? That's just my personal preference thing. It doesn't really affect the review. It's just something that I've noticed from the word go. Now, I don't know if that'll ever change. I'm not even sure if it should change, but, you know. Now, Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2, I found, was trying way... So, okay, that's actually a good example. So, Last of Us 2, in my opinion, is not a very good game. And I've actually reviewed Last of Us 2, so I feel like I have the right to give that particular opinion. So, Last of Us 2's biggest mistake, other than the terrible, terrible world building, is the fact that it's trying way too hard, right? I'm not going to spoil anything. I don't need to spoil anything. It's trying so hard to be about, like, life sucks, and revenge is bad, and revenge is bad, and life sucks, and revenge is bad. And it's trying so damned hard to do so much to just be as ugly as possible. Not gritty, not realistic, not grounded, ugly. And it's just kind of gross, the way that they push it. And it has other issues on the gameplay axis, and there's some repetition problems, and then there's some storytelling problems, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, Last of Us 2 just has problems. Lots of problems with regards to it. This game, by contrast, feels like the same general idea, except actually made by people who have a degree of competence to them, which is what I'd say all the time. Execution matters, right? Actually, you know, having an idea is fine. Executing an idea, that's the hard part. So yes, it's succeeding where Last of Us 2 completely flopped. And that's why we've got bajillions of positives piled up over here. Oh, I'm with you off the deeper end. Just, I don't even know what the hell they were thinking with that. But I guess that's actually it. That's all I have to say. But it's been a topic people have been chatting about in chat, so I thought I'd throw my idea into the ring there.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moor. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
Tactics? Tactics has a completely different tone to this. Final Fantasy Tactics is a political thriller, primarily focused on individual lives being upset and ruined by the wars and the political playings that the various pieces on the board are all doing. This doesn't have any of that. Final Fantasy Tactics is very grounded, but it's not. Its tone is completely different, since it's far more about the machinations, the maneuverings. It's not about, well, to go back to my analogy, it's not about slowly carving the knife down the person's chest.
And you plan on traveling to Moor to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moor are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary. There is a man in Moor who owes me a favor. More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
I shall return as soon as I find something.
Now, this'll never happen. But you know what would actually be awesome? So this all sucks, right? The Empire sucks. They're evil. Yada yada yada. So, what was his name? Dion? Something like that? Bahamut. He seems cool, right? So what if we hook up with him and we're like, hey, your country sucks, and he's like, oh my god, you're right! My country sucks!
How many?
And revolution!
Bearers suffer to keep your granaries full.
Now what's funny is, in real life terms, these are really small. But in game terms, these are huge. Which is probably the point trying to be made. Like, if you actually look for a second and just literally look at the screen, think in terms of percentage how much of this screen is covered by wheat. Also, what the hell is that? You see that? Right over my head. I can't tell if that's, well, an FF14 reference, or another bit of Fallen tech.
That's enough for today, Branded.
Oh, my sword slipped. Sorry. Yeah, there's so many horrible things it could be in this setting. It could be a giant mother crystal.
Back to the factory. I need you fit for the morrow's harvest.
Ah, I slipped again. Ah, yeah. Well, the good news is, I have a feeling that's going to happen for us, Spartan.
That's enough dallying, you two.
The bad news is we're not there yet.
The lot of you. There's still work to be done.
That's okay. We'll get there.
You, Branded, here, now.
Ah, sorry.
You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy.
Oh, good.
Well, don't just stand there gawping.
Be bad.
Rescue him.
Bad.
All right. Where is he?
My. I see they've sent me a Branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
Ah! Oh, sorry.
For someone whose son's in mortal danger, he didn't seem all that worried. Something's not right here. I need to be careful.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
She has beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting. That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her.
Room is not a rake. Sorry.
You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners. Why should I help you, eh? You tell me that.
I will kill you if you do not help me.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet. Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lisette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
The windmill.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
Hey Rex, do you remember the one thing that was spoiled for me about this game?
There's still work to be done.
We talked about it a few months ago. No.
Chloe? More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that someone napping on the job?
Someone very
I hope they
pale.
don't mind the interruption.
Yeah, no, we all know what this person is. They are, the white hair gave it away.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favourite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
You see, I would never kill a child like this. No matter how bratty or stupid they are, you gotta remember that that's not actually their fault. It's a byproduct of their upbringing. Now her dad I'm gonna murder the crap out of.
I'm so sorry, Chloe.
Yeah, exactly.
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
Not if I can help it. Stay back. I'll deal with this. Over here.
Well, since we're here.
You know what to do. Over here. Sick of trouble. You know what to do, boy.
No!
You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die. Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
The wolf's work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this, before it happens again.
You, Branded, come here this instant.
Hi.
How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet, and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the Branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go! Summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
That unlucky wretch would be me. I'm my own master. I'm beholden to no one. And I take orders from no one.
Lies! Do you think I cannot see that brand on your face?
Shut your mouth and listen. Those bearers you killed, they were people. They felt fear and pain, just as you do. And unless you wish to share in their suffering, you would do well to remember we are not your playthings.
Father, he's scaring me.
How dare you threaten us? How dare you?
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this Branded's head clean off his shoulders.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least. How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
Okay, I know I get a bit of a rep as a streamer for being, you know, bloodthirsty, but we should kill him. No, I'm actually being quite serious about this. First of all, there's not really a lot of witnesses around here. We could get away with this very easily. We are more than strong enough to grab him around the neck, pull him back around this shed, over here somewhere, and then just stab him once. Don't need to draw it out, doesn't need to be a big thing, just shove, and that's it. Now, I don't mean that out of vengeance, to be very clear. You know me, I think like an engineer. And I am thinking about trying to solve the problem. This guy is a drain. This guy is a tick, a leech, and he needs to be removed from the situation. This is not going to go away because we gave him a stern talking to. He has actually already flat out stated that he is going to go get another wolf, and he's probably going to keep hiring Branded to keep having his sport. So we are, through our actions, condemning more Branded to this same type of death. He should die, not because he's evil and not because of vengeance, but because if we don't kill him, he will continue to perpetuate his wrongs. Removing us from the option to do so is confusing, to say the least.
More victims of the Nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
Something that comes up a lot when we stream JRPGs, very specifically JRPGs, is how the hero is never allowed to kill. Which is stupid. Let's just go ahead and say that how it is. But it's especially stupid in a game like this, where, for example, we have killed lots of people. No, I don't mean like monsters or beasts or whatever. Those are all fair play or whatever. I mean, we have killed people. We've killed soldiers. We've killed enemy combatants. We've killed bandits. We killed, I can't think of her name all of a sudden, Garuda Lady. There's nothing really preventing that from happening here. And we are 100% ensuring, Benedicta, thank you, 100% ensuring that this kind of crime will be perpetuated, and all we're doing is cleaning up the mess after the fact. And yeah, I was actually going to finish with that. We also killed our superior officer, Tiamat. It's one of the first killings we do in the game. Not counting our brother. Anyways. Now, you could say you don't kill non-combatants, but the problem is I'm not sure that that rule applies when it comes to someone who is, let's call this man what he is, a mass murderer. I don't think that applies the same way here. I am someone who's really, really big on not touching civilians, and I stand by that for a long time. But civilian is kind of a specific category of existence, and it's kind of the kind of status you can lose. Like, random example, if you were to regularly send people off to their death to the point where the local dame has someone whose entire side gig is making sure that they get buried properly.
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Now I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die.
Yeah.
How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
What?
Father! Father!
What?
What is this you're doing? Of course not. Wolves kill. It's in their nature. Invite one into your home, he's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder? The realm's less two murderous bastards, and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For their help.
So...
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. our paths may cross again. Till then.
That's a little ambiguous, but that's actually a very Disney thing. Hear me out. There's this thing that Disney likes to pull in their narratives, in their fictions, where the good guy can't be the one who does the killing. Their hands cannot be stained, right? So they die some other way. Think about that for a second. Think about almost every major Disney film villain and how exactly they die at the end. Yeah, no, exactly, Mr. Ed. They'd like to do the have your cake and eat it too kind of a thing. Yeah, they get shot by their own blaster. They like one of the most obvious examples of that is actually Tarzan, where he frickin' is so struggling to get his and it's struggling to release himself, and Tarzan's actually warning him not to, and Beauty and the Beast, another perfect example. Yeah, eaten by his own hyenas. Yeah, Scar was let go, remember? And yeah, the Nazis opening the Ark of the Covenant. It's a common thing. Frollo, yeah. I was just thinking that, because they actually do kill Ursula.
Had another branded drop in the field yesterday.
If the people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says, it's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should go check to see if anything is over here. Yeah, you are correct, Kenix Cow. Idiots. That's true, Eric kills Ursula, not Ariel. It's actually one of my complaints about Little Mermaid. What, the flashback, Dakota? I think it was good, but if you ejected it, I don't think the work would really suffer for it, if that makes any sense.
What do you want?
Everything. We don't have everything. Okay. Do you have a Big Mac? Yes.
For nothing.
You're welcome.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon.
You don't think he's a deserter, do you?
Like, they have to know that they're petrifying these people. Surely they're aware of it. The evidence is right there in front of them, literally staring them in the face.
Are you Bertrand? The dame sent me.
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something. Well, go on then. What is it?
One of her courtesans has gone missing, and I need to find her. A soldier who may have information on her whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarreling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And that's even with the dame's brooch for protection.
Understood.
You know, honestly, yeah, Melkor Blade. The Jedi parallels are real, which is funny, but and not 100% accurate, but there's definitely some parallels there.
What's this? A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for the constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the Dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have. I am the good lady's servant. Oh, what is it that she requires of me?
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal.
I was actually about to comment, this is like the 4th game in a row, not counting One Shot, where we've just had some kind of connection to the local mafia, either working for them or, like, dismantling them, one of the two.
I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did. Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
My thanks.
Not at all. I would do anything for the Dame. Anything.
Well, no, the next game's Zelda.
Tell her, won't you, that I was helpful, I mean, most helpful.
I mean, true enough, Melkor Blade. So, to my knowledge, we do not know the, let's call it the concrete reason for the anti-branded bias. I do have a theory, though. I think it's very similar to Dragon Age, where magic was something that was identified early on as something that's a problem, and so a large number of societal and personal rules were constructed in order to try and control magic users, you know, fundamentally, culturally.
It smells of death here, Torgal.
Like, you notice that the let's not kill each other, I can't think what it's called, the peace treaty that we saw earlier. One of the stipulations of the peace treaty was to illegally establish that branded do not count as people.
Sick of Torgal! You know what to do, boy. There, boy!
Like, surely I'm not the only one that stuck out in my mind as, wait, what? You put that into an international peace treaty?
Sick of Torgal! Stay down! Get him! Give me fire! That's enough!
I'm not saying... That's my point, Lord Harrimont. I don't know the concrete reason, I just suspect something like that. There might not even be a concrete reason.
Damn it all. Bodies. A man and a woman. Well, the wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry.
Good morning, Ross.
So it is you, Tatienne.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to see every night. He said her name was Tatienne.
You? Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask us something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
Sure, Azar, I must have missed it. I apologize.
Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
And no, most icon wielders aren't branded. In fact, I think we're the exception there. Which makes sense.
If it was a message that needed delivering, I could have seen to it, milady.
Of course you could, had it not been personal. You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions have arrived. They said they would meet you at a little chapel to the east of here.
Thank you, but you needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then? I see. My dear Tatienne. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatienne. I believe it was yours.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
"82 hours, Yura. Unless you mean seriously, in which case,
I should go.
Before you do, I have one last gift. A token of my thanks. The Vale counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Or to mention the same thing.
But did he mention that it was all of the legions? This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital. But that couldn't possibly be true now, could it? Take care, Clive.
I will. And thank you again.
Yeah, mobilization takes time. And a lot of resources and effort and work. It's a big, noisy mess.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon. You don't think he's a deserter, do you?
Okay. Here, tell you what, Yura. What is 1 hour divided by 325? So that is definitely a thing I see in Japan a lot, Czar. We actually had discussions about this during the Final Fantasy lore run, I think. The proper remake lore run. Because it came up in FF3, which is just its own weird thing. 12 seconds. Okay, so there you go. It'd have to be about 12 seconds here. Right, we're gonna start the game. Okay. See you around, getting Scow. Make sure to eat a cookie after. There is a Japan thing, and I used to know this, but I have forgotten where it came from. There used to be a Japanese thing about not killing people in media. Now, that's long since gone, but it still has some influences culturally, and you do still bits and pieces of that. See bits and pieces of that here and there. To go back to the Final Fantasy III thing, in Final Fantasy III, you'll see a person, right? An actual person, and they're like, I'm evil. And then they morph into a monster, and then you fight the monster. And then you kill the monster. Stuff like that is kind of a leftover of that particular cultural bias, and how they tend to approach stuff like that. Yeah, Zelda games do that periodically as well. Not always, of course. And I can think of a dozen other examples, but you get the idea. And yeah, how many times have you seen someone be like, we can't kill Hitler. I know they're more or less literally Hitler, but we can't kill them. The moment we kill them, we're just as bad as they are. I couldn't open the gate. I could not.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
Sorry. One other good example of this is Fire Emblem. I know this is a weird example, but how many enemies in Fire Emblem either literally become monsters or are extremely ugly? Monstrous, to be more specific about it. Like, that goes back to the GBA era. That's nothing new at all. It's something that people have memed on for years. Actually, yeah, Ross. One moment. I need to jot down some things really quick here. Exactly, Lenora. See, you get it. You get it.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
Which is why we'll be taking the back door.
Women are usually an exception. Women are allowed to be hot if they're evil because... And that's my answer to that. Ugh.
Cheer up, you two.
Actually, yes, Ross.
A safer place in the Empire than a... brothel.
Really? Doesn't seem very private.
So then, how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Wait, what's the glass gate? Oh, it's not going to tell me. Sadness.
Shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sambrec.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut? And how exactly did you come to know about this fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut, but that's not important.
Sid, if the Mother Crystals truly are the cause of the Blight...
If? You wound me, Jill.
What I'm trying to say is, if the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves. And they'll do whatever it takes to hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Whoever controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools, and the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Does a nobleman weep for a broken mug? A torn tunic?
Also, I hate to really bear the lead on this, but they don't care whether you're branded or not. You are still nothing more than a tool for them.
Fate means nothing to them.
Typo. First typo I've noticed.
No. This isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
Sid the Outlaw. Ah, that'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
Making sure there's no, whatcha-figs. Quests. Interesting. You have reached a pivotal moment in the story. If you continue, you will not be able to return. Would you like to proceed? Interesting. I do like the notification. I always appreciate the game actually telling me. Let's see. So Jill's gonna die. Clive's gonna die. Sid's gonna die. Who else is a decent? Gav's gonna die. The Chocobo, or not the Chocobo. Sorry, the Moogle's gonna die. Dog's dead. Torgal's dead. Who else do we like? No, Dakota. We've been doing everything as we go so far. Oh yes, Annabelle will live. I've been thinking about this for a while, but I really can't talk about it yet. For the sake of cohesion, let's do this as a block. Let's take an early lunch, shall we? And then we'll do whatever this is when we come back. How's that sound? So, I will see you all, hopefully, in about an hour. I apologize for needing to take a break. I know I should be slowly pouring my energy into the thing as it petrifies me. Must keep streaming.